one answer. I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to look more into it because I think if a lot of people start looking into the science behind the symbolism of flags and nations,
I can
I
tell
think
you
there's an
my flag
interesting
too.
story that needs to be uncovered there.
I can tell you my flag too. It's very interesting too. That's very interesting. We have blue, yellow, and red, right? We're the original blue, yellow, and red, right? It's blue for the water and the waters of the soul. Red for the blood that's shed here for this land because we never left our land and we never let anyone come here and conquer us until now. Now we're under the EU with little slaves. And gold is for the gold of the sun and the gold from the underground. And we do have ourselves a lot of gold.
Yeah, Chris, I got a question for you. So, what's the timeline for the Tartarians, and is there any connection between the Tartarians, the Sumerians, and the Egyptians?
Yes, there is. There were different people. There were different people from what I'm trying to piece together right now. Books on architecture are written by Masons, and it shows right now. I'm really pissed out at myself for not seeing it sooner. It's very hard for me to discern. But if I take the approach of analyzing architecture from when it came, from where it came, I can make some inferences, but they won't be scientifically accepted because it questions the narrative of that. Maybe after I get my PhD and at least I'll have that certificate to let me speak freely, or at least let me speak in general. Maybe then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking that because, as far as we know, that like the most ancients are the Egyptians, if I'm not tripping.
No,
And
they're not the most ancient. The most ancient are the Pelasgians. That's quite the consensus. Spanish people, French people, English people, Danish people, German people of knowledge acknowledge that the Pelasgian were first.
right, and do you think maybe this is the population that went to Egypt and maybe Sumer as well to start
Yeah,
civilization?
there is. Someone actually made this hypothesis, and according to him, he analyzed the DNA and he found specific people that had the DNA, that DNA. Let's just say it plainly. They weren't blacks in Egypt, period. Only Nubians, but those were Nubians. They were called Nubian for a reason. They were from the lower kingdom.
Right.
What
But
do you mean that there are
we
no
don't know
blacks in
exactly.
Egypt?
We don't know exactly because you have to understand Egypt has been totally, that's how they do it. They bring other peoples and settle them there. And in Egypt, even right now, half the people are Muslim from Arabic
They're
descent.
from Turkey, not Arabia.
I don't care. Hittite bloodline. If they're Hittites or from Turkey or Bedouins from Arabia, it's the same thing. As they look the same.
The
They
Bedouins,
don't look
I
different.
don't think the Bedouins is same as the Kurds and the Turks you're
No,
mentioning. The
they're
Bedouins are the
different.
oldest in
They're
Arabia.
different. They've intermingled with a lot of migrant people in Turkey. But if you go
Yeah, they're the
into
ones
the
who called
rural
them.
Turkey, like where the cave cities are, Cappadocia, you'll see that they all look very, very one way, like a whole homogeneous people should.
I can agree that they mix because the Bedouins, the real people of Arabia, they have history of calling on
Yeah,
these Turks
and
to
they
come and help
move.
them fight
Yeah,
until
and they
eventually they
move
overthrew
around.
them.
Yeah, and they move around, and they were merchants, and of course they intermingled, and so on and so forth.
So my last
But you
question.
know, for example, I want you to clarify for me something. I don't understand. What do you mean by you saying there were no black people in Egypt? Do you mean the Egypt was made by the British, or you speaking all the way up to ancient times?
No, the British didn't even exist at that time.
No, British is the one who made up Egypt.
There were Saxon celts and
But do you
Gauls.
understand the word Egypt is not ancient? It was made by the British.
I'm talking about the people group that lived and built the monuments. If you call them an apple, I'll call them an apple.
Yeah, they're Nubians. You call them Nubians or whatever.
No,
They're still
Nubians
living here.
no, you're not gonna obfuscate history, even the fictitious
Pontificate in
history.
what way?
Nubians were the ones from the lower kingdom, as in described
Do you
on the
know in
stela
Egypt what you consider lower was
from
the
the
upper?
Hatshepsut
Like Sudan was
temple.
the upper
So
Egypt, and what you
Hatshepsut
call
wrote
Egypt was the
on
lower
her
Egypt.
temple. You asked for specifics. I'm giving you specifics. The stela on Hatshepsut's temple speaks about the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. And she defines the southern people as being black and called Nubians, and they were even painted differently on the halls of the dead. The Nubians were painted as black, they were robed in furs, and the Egyptians were dressed
Okay,
in
I know they
cotton
have
and
painted
had
many
red
people. There are even
skin.
Greek statues in
Period.
Egypt. But are you familiar that Egyptian was invaded severally with different people?
I don't give a shit if you call it a
How you
flying
can give?
monkey.
How can you
I'm
not give a
talking
shit?
about
And
the
that affects the
peoples.
factor that you analyze today. The statues you find there doesn't mean it's the oldest. I can find a Roman statue there during the Ptolemaic era. I can find a Greek statue there during the Ptolemaic era, but that doesn't mean it goes back to the old kingdom.
Can I jump in? So, Chrissy, so technically, you saying the Egyptian civilization was founded by these Pelatians, which or Europeans. Is that
We
correct?
don't know if it was the Pelatian or intermingle of them and Sumerian, because they were the oldest. So if the two migrated south together, they could have created this whole civilization because they have some common roots, even common beliefs and common gods, even common building techniques that aren't used in other places around the world. So yeah, it makes sense.
Right,
Because people used to move back then. It was different than right now because they were tribal people.
right. Yeah, yeah.
You need to see it as a holistic approach.
Right. Yeah. My
Like
last question would be, some of the pharaohs, they had long heads. Any thoughts on that? Like
yeah,
Akhenaten and Nefertiti.
they were suffering from Marfan. Yes, yeah, some of them were suffering from Marfan, and I have a Marfan person in my family, and I know it quite well. Yeah, the
Right.
I don't believe it's a disease. I believe it's like it
It's
happens,
genetic.
especially if you marry your cousin and they kept doing that for whatever reason.
No, it's not caused by inbreeding. The royalty did inbreeding to maintain the status so that the wealth doesn't get distributed to other people. But that big forehead is
Genetic
not because
diseases
of
are
breeding.
caused by inbreeding.
Yeah, they are caused, but the big forehead is not caused by inbreeding. There are even people here in Africa who still have those big foreheads, and we know them. It's based on lineage and the part of your brain that is most active. Like most of these people with big forehead, they have a very active, what do they call it? Where
Guys,
the pineal
I'm
gland stands, huh?
retiring for tonight. This guy has totally
No, you are
messed
saying
my
like,
vibe for today.
I'm not
Hey,
saying you're wrong.
CLW,
Deep
he was
breaths,
Hold on.
talking
everyone.
about
Deep breaths.
No,
hey,
hold on. Don't take me
CLW.
wrong, Chrissy. Come and finish. Me, I was just saying this forehead thing, it's still there, and I see people with this forehead, and it's not caused by, it's not a disease or anything. I think it's a lineage of people. It started from a lineage somewhere, and it has been passed
CLW.
along. Yeah?
Pardon me, brother. That's not what Keon is talking about. What Keon is talking about is the elongated headed people. It's the entire head. The cranium is enlarged. The eye sockets are enlarged, and the jaw bones are more robust at a different place in the back of the head. So that's what he's talking about. I don't know what the other
Yeah.
explanations are for the
It's usually
ancients.
Marfan. It's usually Marfan. You can see it in modern day people too if they suffer from Marfan.
Yeah. I mean, that's
So let me ask you. Hold on,
People
hold on. Wait,
usually
wait, wait, wait,
assume
wait,
that
wait, 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 wait,
only
wait, wait,
humans
wait,
come from one
wait, wait, wait.
ancestor.
After this, we
CLW,
got after this
hold on,
we
hold on,
and
hold on,
after this
Okay.
we're gonna get to Proud's clone. But go ahead.
hold on. Chrissy, you said it's Marfan. I got a question about that. Does Marfan
Yeah.
enlarge the eye sockets and does it
Yeah.
change the sutures in the head?
Yeah. It does.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Marfan syndrome, and
How do you spell it?
MARF.
M-I.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell in like English. English is my third language.
Marfan. Okay, I got it.
Marfan
Marfan syndrome.
syndrome. And also look hypothyroidism and hypothyroidism, and all those. If you both of these are genetic disorders, and if you couple them, they will show you exactly what you're describing.
Okay,
Those are
I'm
the
looking at it
symptoms.
now, and it says Marfan syndrome is a genetic disorder that changes the proteins that help make healthy connective tissue. This leads to problems with the development of connective tissue, which
Yeah,
supports the bones, muscles, organs, and other
yeah.
tissues in the body.
And they become very tall, and they have this elongated facial feature because your bones keep suturing during your life. If you look at an old woman, you'll see that
Mhm.
her face is more long and more elongated. This happens to them at an earlier age because of this condition. That's why the faces become long. That's why Akhenaten looks the way he looks.
But wait, is this an hypothesis or is it like definitive?
It's actually scientifically
I've got to
accepted as.
disagree. I'm looking at all the symptoms here, and it says nothing about elongating and increasing the capacity of the.
Read a little more and look at how they diagnose people. They look at the whites of the eye. If the whites of the eye are too much or they're coming out of the socket, then they will check for thyroidism and autoimmune conditions. And for Marfan, they look at elongated faces,
Yeah, no, that's not
improper
what I'm saying
sutures
though.
of the cervical connection between the skull and the how do you call it, colonna
Spine.
vertebrale, and the spine. So that's how they diagnose it nowadays. They also look at the length of the hands and the proportions between the fingers, and then they look at the heart because it's usually an enlarged heart. So
Yeah,
look it up.
I see fingers and arms, legs, and fingers.
I was fascinated
I
with
don't see anything about
Akhenaten.
sutures on the skull.
I was fascinated with Akhenaten, and there was this forensic analysis of his mummy, and it actually explained everything. If I can find the documentary, I'll drop it to you someday soon, hopefully, if I finish my PhD, because I work on that shit too.
Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
asking that because it's like from what I've researched, at least, it says that technically these were not humans based on the analysis they've.
No, I think they were different humans, yes, different types of people. We have to understand we're different people. We're individual people. We're individual people. Every person is different, right? If I go and mate with a black man, I'll produce half and half, right? It's that's correct, right? If 3,000 women, okay, decide that they like blonde-haired, blue-eyed men, right? And they only do it with blonde-haired, blue-eyed men, right? This recessive gene will become dominant, right? In time. We're discussing in time. That's what happens. And if there's like a ruling class that amasses power, right? And they amass power and wealth by inbreeding because that has been the common denomination of most cultures has been primogenitas, right? The first male offspring, right? That gets everything. So how can the daughter still have some power? By propagating with this said brother, cousin, or whatever. You can see it in Egypt, in Japan, in China, everywhere really, except one country, but I'm not going to name the country. So if you limit the gene pool, then corruption arises. And of course, if they're all cousins, they all share the same traits, the same defects. That's why God told us to spread and populate the earth so that this wouldn't happen. But we see it happening, and we see it happening even in modern days. Look at the royal bloodlines of Europe. They're all sick as. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna swear because they inbreed. And also look at the Palestinians in Europe. Look at the rates of their their inter-cousin marriages and what happens to the kids. So Exactly.
So
I
when you
can
go to
attest
your
to that.
dream, let me ask you something. When you go to your dream and you see your grandmother that died maybe long ago, is that a demon?
Okay, having a dream is different than talking to a medium.
That's not different. You are the medium in your dream. You are
If you
the
don't think
medium.
they're
You're not
different,
having a
that's
third party
ridiculous,
there.
bro.
What
Yeah,
does
you're
it mean to be a
ridiculous.
medium?
Well, again, can you define what you mean by witchcraft, and then we can say if that's the thing that we're talking about. We don't even know what you mean by it.
No, I understand when they say witchcraft from the Christian perspective. Don't get me wrong, any of you. I get where you're coming from, but I just want you to
being a
understand
witch,
these things,
talking to
they make you
demons,
scared
you
of
should not
them,
do.
and they use the same craft against you, and you don't even know what they're doing to you because they've told you it's satanic, everything is bad, but they're using it to control you. They just want you ignorant and scared about it. They use it to control you.
They're not scaring me. I'm not scared of none of them witches.
I'm not a Christian. I just want to know what you mean by witchcraft, and like in what aspects do you think it's a good thing? What do you mean by
Like
it?
witchcraft, anybody here might go and study witches, how they cast spellings, and understand how they cast spellings, and they won't be put into a spell easily.
Hey, I just posted Von Daniken's video up top for anybody interested.
Yeah, I want to.
Anyway, these people talking about aliens are a joke.
Yeah, I think there's
like space aliens
I think
in
there's
particular.
extraterrestrials though, maybe outer ponders, as they say.
But it does
Let
not
me ask you
really.
something. Why will aliens be such a wrong idea?
It
So
doesn't
that we
really
get to understand.
matter like where
Because
they're
aliens
from,
are demons,
right?
bro.
But demons don't mean
Yeah,
anything. Demon
aliens
just
are
means
demons.
people.
No, it doesn't. And actually, about robots, I already put in the purple pill the information if anyone's interested.
Anyway, what you think is
I'll put
demon
on
or
demons
angelic?
and
For
demons and
example, I can kill someone with Angel Michael. Will you call Angel Michael a demon because I've used him to kill someone?
no, you don't use Angel Michael.
First of all, you're
Angels
not gonna
don't
kill.
answer to humans.
What
Angels
makes you
only
they answer to
answer to God.
humans?
No,
Aren't
they
they
don't.
messengers? What
No,
is
they
an angel?
don't. No, those are not
What is
angels.
an
Those are
angel?
demons.
Okay, let's just
An
go by
angel
definition.
can
They're
CLW, do
only
using
you
do
believe in
words.
God's
space
willing.
aliens?
What is
God's
an
will.
angel?
You believe in space aliens, right?
What is an angel? Let's just clarify the words we're using.
What's an angel? Do you see stars in the sky?
An angel is a
Those are
messenger.
angels.
That's the
It is a
definition.
messenger. A messenger to who?
A messenger of God.
No, it's a messenger of God. Passing that message to who?
A messenger to the people, but they haven't
So
come
what do you
here
mean
in a
humans can't
long
talk to
while.
angels when their whole purpose is to
Angels
send a
in the
message
Bible
from God to
simply
people?
delivered messages
Angels don't talk to you. Do you
humans.
understand? They only talk to prophets. The last
No, what
prophet was
makes me
John the
different from a
Baptist.
prophet?
That
Well,
was
What
the
angels
makes you
can
last
think
talk
you're
to
not a
prophet.
anybody,
prophet?
but
This is what the priest lied to you. They made you think they're the only ones who can access these things when they use
No,
it
no, no, no,
against
no, no,
you.
no, 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 no. You're not gonna lead
Quick
these
point of
people
moderation. Can you guys just go
on the
one at a time?
road to perdition on my watch. Do you understand me? CLW. Because I mingled with demons and I can make you faint right
Which kind
now.
of demons did you mingle with? Let's get there. Because they're not all the same.
Hold on. Before we get too personal, let's let this and that jump in here. Yo, y'all going crazy, bro. This and that. What's up, man? Welcome to, I think this is Stationary Saturdays, is it?
It must be.
Mind if
Who
I
was
say
supposed to
something?
come up? I don't hear nobody.
Yeah, I have a question.
Can this and that hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
What's up, bro?
Okay. Welcome, man. Welcome.
What's up, Sacred? D3 and Proud, I see you. NDO, I see you down there as well. I was just gonna listen, but I heard somebody bring up angels. I feel like there's been a misconception with the translations, because a lot of people I've met tend to refer to the Bible, but in the Bible, there's a lot of references from angels coming from the heavens or coming down from the heavens, and we already established that the word angel means messenger. It doesn't mean a humanoid with angelic wings. Okay, that's just what we've been fed. Okay, now I don't necessarily believe in aliens. However, I do believe that there's a spiritual aspect to that, and they could quite possibly be demons. But not all of these so quote unquote aliens are in fact demons. Just like you have bad, you also have good. Okay, like I don't know, angels coming down from the heavens and sharing knowledge with humanity. To me, that sounds something a little bit different than what I feel
But
like a
was
lot
it
of
good
people.
or was it bad? What kind of knowledge did they give us? Did they give us
Well, when you
knowledge
look
to
at all
do
the
something
ancient
good,
texts,
or did they give us knowledge to kill each other?
well, if you would let me finish, I would be more than happy to tell you. Now, this knowledge, when you want to talk about ancient civilizations, okay, and the architecture and the spirituality and the in touch with nature that all these ancient civilizations seem to have had, and how when you fast forward from then till now, from now, it's almost like it gets dumbed down. We have moved farther and farther away from nature. We don't really know anything on a spiritual plane. We put all of our faith into a religion when, if you think about it, there's three major religions in the world, and all three of those religions think that their God is the real God and that the other religions are wrong and that they've been at war with each other since the dawn of religion. So, to me, that seems like a division tactic because if we all were to go back to nature, I think we would all stop worrying about that bullshit and we would find out that there's a little bit more important things to worry about than what's in a book that was written by man that was given to us to read. Okay, and the technology and the knowledge that you seem to think, I think some of it was bad, like war, for example, weapons, you know. But there were other things too. There was possible electricity back then. Okay, we all know about the ether in this room. We all know that it was tapped into way back when, and that we are just now learning, or I should say, we've known about it, but we are just now finding out because it's getting harder and harder to suppress that information. Like we have people like Ashton Forbes all over the internet talking about it. Okay. We have other people that have also tried in the past to release it to the public. Okay. But this bicker and bantering about what the Bible may say or what it may mean, if you look in the Bible, it does reference the firmament. Okay. It does. However, the firmament is also referred to as the heavens, which is the sky above. Now, I don't know what's out there, if there
Or
is
molten
anything out there,
glass in the book of Job.
but well, the book of Ezekiel and the burning wheel in the sky. Okay. Or Jacob's ladder. Like there's so many references.
What are you like? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is people seem to think that these angels are like spiritual beings and that they only talk to prophets. These
No,
people were just messengers. They were just messengers. And when you think, and if you want to go all the way back past the pyramids into the far distant past, okay, before those pyramids were built, we're led to believe that we were just cavemen. But yet we can't do anything that they could do then, ever. Nobody seems to think about cataclysms and how the resets of human civilization can just happen on a whim. Like we seem to think that how we're going is just how we're going to continue to go. No, like there's been civilizations that have been far more advanced than we are right now, and they went in a different direction. Like how many people here know that our aqueduct systems, our water supply systems, our electrical grid is extremely outdated? Why is that? Why is it that they had all of that stuff available then, but we're still putting wires above ground? Okay, we're not doing anything at all what they did in the world exhibitions back in the day. Okay, in the late
yep.
1800s, early 1900s. There's none of that anymore. There's none of
It's
that
far worse than
anymore.
that.
What was
I
that?
can show you ancient Greek systems that are better than modern New York systems.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you is that back then it seems like they were more advanced, and as you fast forward to today, it's like we're getting dumber and
Yeah,
dumber and dumber,
yeah,
and I don't
yeah.
understand why, because the information is out there,
Because
right?
it's suppressed
Well,
information
yeah,
and
I
it's
know that.
lies and deceit. That's the problem. And people don't have the same drive to find out. They're pretty content with what they find out. I find that what Sir Arthur Conan Doyle depicted in Sherlock Holmes, people always look for three. If you find three ideas, you are done. People give up. researching.
It's like they want to be spoon-fed information without actually doing the due diligence.
That's why I
Right.
keep telling people, I'm only gonna give you breadcrumbs. If you want to find out, you have to do it yourself. Because if you don't, you either won't accept it or you won't appreciate it. You would just dismiss
Imagine if
it
Jesus was
offhand.
like that.
Right. Like it just seems like religion is like the biggest headbutt situation that I've come across. Like you can have a group of people and you can be agreeing on so many topics, but say there's 5 people in the group, but all 5 of them have different religious beliefs. Well, now somebody brings up religion and it becomes an argument. Like there are so many other things that are honestly way more important than little stuff like that, because no matter what you believe, if it makes you a good person, it should not matter.
Does it
should
make
not
you a
matter.
good person?
Yeah, well,
Can
I'm
you
There's
not a
also, you
challenge
need
Christian.
to
I'm
that?
not a
understand,
Christian, but I don't think about killing
people are
people. I don't think
distracted. It's not that
about
they're not
any of
interested with the
that shit.
truth. They're distracted. You're trying to feed your family to pay rent. You think someone just
Yeah,
wanna go
like
and
there's
to
a
the
lot of
library and
variables.
do all these things? They designed this intentionally. We're becoming dumber because we're becoming more busy looking for this money, becoming more enshrined into their system, not having our own free thought
But that's
and our
one
own
thing I
time
can
to do
agree on.
creativity.
Is money is equivalent to the golden calf in the Bible. And again, I'm not Christian, but I was raised Catholic the first half of my life. So I've read the Bible. I'm not very familiar with it because I don't have it memorized. Like a lot of people, like Witsit is extremely knowledgeable in this. But it just seems that
I
way.
read the Bible.
It just seems that with the money issue, like what you said, that is our biggest distraction. Because everything
Well,
revolves
all we were
around.
saying was aliens or demons, okay? Like that was my point.
Well, yeah, but how
Aliens
can
or
you
demons.
say that all aliens
Because they
are
don't
demons?
exist. They're a construct.
Well, let me
And
tell you,
UFOs are only spotted in the
Go ahead, Chrissy,
USA.
and then I'll go.
No one ever spots a UFO outside of the
Well,
USA.
that's
That
not
was
not
spotted
true.
in
That's not true.
Zimbabwe.
Okay,
I
hold
can
on.
give
Let
you a
me
case. A bunch of students
let me
spotted a
answer.
UFO in
Argentinians
Okay,
Zimbabwe.
okay.
Brazil?
Give me
Even the
specific.
alien.
Hold on. This and that was asking Taylor. And then y'all, come on, have some mic etiquette, y'all. Have some timing. We're not on the phone. We in spaces. Everybody trying to listen. Taylor, you want to respond real quick, and then y'all could build off of that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, these things are not behaving like aliens from another planet at all whatsoever. They're behaving like demons essentially. And I'm not saying that all angelic encounters are demons, by the way, because obviously there are angelic encounters in the Bible that are not demonic. But what we're seeing here is the ability to conjure these things using demonic rituals. And stop abductions by calling on Christ. I mean, the fact that that exists whatsoever shows that there's another layer to this whole phenomenon, that it's not just because if they're from another planet, you wouldn't be able to call on Christ or any being and stop the abduction
But
immediately.
you said that again. You said angelic encounters. Again, the word angel means messenger. We still
Yes,
we're
but they're
still
I'm
attaching,
the one that told you that.
messengers
but we're still
of God
attaching that
and
stigma to a
messengers
picture
of the
of a person
fallen.
with wings.
No, they're not with
I'm
wings.
not
They look
attaching
like
it to a person with
flaming.
wings.
They look like flaming vortices. They are not pretty. If you see an angel of the Lord, you're gonna shit yourself. It's a flaming spirit with flames coming up, down, and around. It looks like a toroidal flaming field of flames. It ain't pretty. But demons do like to dress themselves with funny little halos and all in white and tell you all the nice things and lead you to perdition. That's
Well,
how they work.
there's a lot of connection with the
Do you
halo and
know
the fact
there
that
are
Jesus
different
was
types of
depicted.
angels? Like the seraphim are not the same as ophanim. The one you're describing is more like ophanic angels.
No, those were the seraphim I described.
No, those are
I
ophanic. You're
actually
saying
have an
spinning wheels
icon
like
with
a
one of
vortex.
them on my wall that looks exactly like I saw him. And
So
they're
is it an
scary. And
ophanim or
they're always
the
with God.
seraphic
They
are more
don't come here.
reptilian? Huh?
They never come down here. They're always with God. They never come down. Not once. The last time they did was to lead Moses. That's
So
it.
why did
That
God
was the
make
last.
them? Did God make them so that they can stay near Him, or did He give
No,
them
God
responsibilities
made
and
them
duties?
to do what he wanted them to do. You're
which is to
not
stay near
God.
them.
You're not supposed to understand what God does with his angels. For Christ's sake, you people think you're above God and you need to understand his mechanisms.
No,
That's
Chrissy,
funny.
we
You
don't
don't
think we're above
understand the
God.
world you're living in, but you want to understand God. I don't. You shouldn't either.
See what I'm talking about
Wait, is the
with
same
religion?
God that
See where we're
told
going?
the
It
Israelites to
happens
go
every
kill
time.
the other people? Is that the same God or?
It happens every time. I think God is in every single one of us. Same thing goes for Jesus. Okay. If you read the Bible, there's a lot of accounts where Jesus doesn't refer to him as God at all. At all. Okay. But yet, I believe God was working through him, which where the miracles came in, where he was trying to help anyone, regardless of your skin color or where you came from. Okay. That's called love, compassion, understanding. That's something that we have forgotten. We tie it to a book when we have that potential in every single one of us. Yet, if you aren't a part of our group or our religion, you are automatically an enemy. Do you know that I get judged way more by Christians than I actually judge other people just because I'm not a Christian? Okay. And when I bring up mystery schools and mystery religions and the fact that the Bible's only 2,000 years old, but Hinduism is 4,000 years old, but yet Christianity is the number one religion in the world with over 1.2 billion Christians on the planet. Okay. And people want to talk about witches and witchcraft and all that. Do you understand that back in the day, the Roman Empire, okay, before they became the Roman Catholic Church, okay, and before Constantine switched everybody to Christianity, he was a pagan, by the way, until he died, okay, just so you know that. And that's fact. You can look that up. Now, my problem is that we, the Christians, okay, killed off every single person and groups, including the Cathars, which were extremely in tune with nature. This is also documented. You can look that up. They burned them all at the stake, and their justification was kill them all. God will know his own. Now, how in the world do you kill off all the shamans, all the seers, all of the people that were holistic, homeopathic healers in the tribes, in the cities, in the towns back then, but they killed them all off because they would not recant that Jesus Christ was their Lord and Savior. So you know what they did? They did a Christian thing, and they roped them to a stake and they set them on fire and let them burn to death. How is that godly? And when you look at it, it's the only religion that murdered millions of people. And if you don't believe me, Chris, you can go look up the Crusades, especially the Albigensian Crusades. And in 20 years, the Roman Catholic Church burned 20 million
Not all
people
Christians
at the
are
stake.
Catholic,
And you
you
can
know.
argue with me all you want, but facts are facts, whether you want to believe it or not. I'm sorry. But that is the sole reason why Christianity is the number one religion now. And that is why the Vatican controls every single thing on this planet. And you don't want to agree with me. You want to fight it because you're a Christian. I understand. But you know, every single Christian that I come across never wants to talk about the Albigensian Crusades. Ever. Why? Because they killed 20 million people. I'm sorry, 4 million people in 20 years. 4 million people in 20 years by fire. And you were just saying that fire's not good, fire's bad. You know, fire's demons. Well,
They also
actually,
banned
by
book
the
for
word,
for
Christy, I'm sorry.
years to ash. Why will we invest banning a library for more than a year so that it burn all to ash?
Not just that, but why do we go through all the book burnings? You know how many times we went through and burned books? Okay. Now, why was it that the priests were charging money for the Bible to be read to them because they couldn't read? And then the Gutenberg press came out and it changed the whole ball game. And then people were starting to find out that the priests were lying to them. Why? So they could manipulate the masses and control them. When you put the fear of like the fear of God in somebody saying, if you don't believe this, you're going to burn in hell. Most of those people at the higher up positions, like say in the Vatican, do some evil shit. Okay. And I'm going to land there because I can keep going about this. Like,
Yeah,
I
can I
wouldn't be
add to
so
that?
passionate about this if I didn't grow up a Christian. But there's a lot of lies that have been passed down through the past that you guys don't realize that is, in fact, factual. So I'll land there. Thanks, Sacred.
Well, I'd like I
Good
think
points. Good points.
the genetic fallacy stuff is not so good, where it's like you guys are Christian, so therefore you think this. While I do think the Vatican's weird and Catholicism is weird, they have a lot of weird traditions. The Pope wears a phallic hat. They have that weird obelisk in Vatican City. You can look at Vatican City's architecture. It has all this weird snake symbolism, especially the building they worship in. I agree with all
The
that.
Vatican is demonic.
Yes.
I agree with all
Yes.
that, but to equivocate Vatican City Catholicism and like people who believe in the church or believe in the Bible or use that as a framework for an ethical life.
Also, the Quran. Don't leave the Quran. They're all in the same
being a
group.
Christian doesn't make you a bad person.
There's two people interrupting me. Listen, I'm not a Christian. I'm just saying to equivocate Catholicism and the weird stuff that Vatican City does, like the Pope wears red shoes because he walks in the blood of the martyrs, or it's like they have weird traditions, and I think the Vatican's super weird. Again, I'm not a Christian. I'm not arguing from a Christian standpoint, and you made a lot of points, but I think Christianity is a decent framework, and I don't think you can equivocate. Also, wait, the other thing I wanted to make a point on was the Crusades. So the Crusades were not just like an act of aggression via Christianity. It was a response to like 500 years of Islamic aggression, if you appeal to mainstream history, and I don't. But if you do, you'd find out that like the Crusades were a response after 500 years of Islamic aggression against Christians. So, I mean, if you're going to appeal to that, you should at least appeal to that accurately.
No, not the Crusades in general. I'm talking about the Albigensian Crusades, which is completely different.
Right, but
You also brought up the Cathars. Many people never talk about
the Cathars were part of the
but the
Albigensian
Cathars were the
Crusades.
true Christians, from what I understand. Not these
The
other
Cathars
people.
knew so much, and the Christians
the Cathars-
destroyed them all.
All right, so just to be clear, you're not equivocating like Christians and Catholics, right? You're not saying that
Christianity
and Catholics are representative of that.
Well, no. Okay, so let me backtrack a little bit. If you're a Christian and you're a good person, that doesn't just because you're a Christian doesn't make you a bad person. What I'm saying is Catholicism is the beacon of Christianity. It's the sole reason why Christianity is so popular today. That is the only reason why. They killed off everybody who did not believe in that religion, which is why they are the number one religion today. Okay? So none of this
Who are
would
you
have
referring
happened
to?
if any of that didn't happen. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Are you talking about like the Crusades?
The Albigensian Crusades in particular.
The Crusades, like the religion was a total like front to what was going on. That there's people that fund wars.
The
that have nothing
Albigensian
to do
Crusade was
with what they're
ordained by
trying
the
to tell you
Pope.
they're about.
Was
May I
ordained by the
talk
Pope.
about
Yeah,
the sacking of
the Pope's a joke.
Constantinople, or the fact that
But
there
he's
are
the
some
beacon of
Christian
Christianity.
peoples that were never Christianized with the
The
sword?
Pope is not even a Christian.
Yeah, of course. It's a pontiff, and pontiff is the title of the head priest of the cult of Satan. Well, really Apollo, but Satan. But let's go further. Let's go further. There are people on this earth that believe in God, that were never Catholic, that were never gone through sword, that never killed their apostles. Okay? So there are people on this earth, truly Christian. The fact that you don't know of their existence doesn't make them seem irrelevant.
I never
But they do
said
exist.
that.
So we didn't kill anyone for our religion. We were almost killed by
Stop
Turks,
lying.
not
Stop
once,
giving
but
excuses. I
2,000
cannot
years
allow
of
I
this.
don't
fighting
You
them.
killed
understand.
us.
You didn't kill
So
anyone.
you
Indigenous
can't
people
just
because of our
come and
beliefs.
say that Christians
Gave us
did this and
poison.
Christians did
But they
that, and
Now
only
did.
tell us you're
Christians
loving
are the
But they
plague
people.
of this
did.
earth.
I mean,
It's
a
not a
bunch of
lie.
atheists killed people.
I'm not
And it's not
lying.
only Catholics. For example, the killing in Africa and America was not done alone by Catholics. There were other Christians who are doing the same thing. It's not just Catholics.
If you
Like,
think
look
Jesuits are
at what
Christians, though, you're a joke. You know that Jesuits are not real Christians.
We're not talking about Jesuits.
Yeah,
Like
we're
there
not
were
Yes, we
Quakers
are.
here.
You're
Yes,
talking
we are,
about
There
the
were,
because
Pope and
they
stuff.
are in every sect, every religion.
okay.
Because their
the
So
Jesuits
oath
are the one running
actually
NASA.
is,
But
I will do
does that
whatever
dilute
it takes
religion?
to do what my Pope commands me. I would do whatever it takes. Lie, steal, cheat, kill,
But in
murder,
the same
whatever
Bible,
it takes.
listen, Chrissy, in the same Bible, they were justifying saying that we are cursed people, we are 3/5 of a human. Even that's why they got the name sub-Saharan, because they don't consider us fully humans. We are
You
lesser
don't
than them. We
understand the
shouldn't be
Bible.
enslaved.
You
Hold
don't
on. They
understand
were picking.
languages. You
Hold
don't
on.
give
the
references.
They're using
Bible
the
You
is
only
same
open to
speak
Bible.
above people.
interpretation.
My goodness, man. Y'all gotta stop talking over each other. All right, y'all sacrifice y'all mic time. Let's slide over to Ken since he got his hand up. And then maybe y'all could stop talking over each other, please. What's up, Ken? Appreciate you being patient.
Nah, it's all good. Unfortunately, it's not even a change of conversation. You talked about, oh, the Catholic Church was the beacon of Christianity. No, it wasn't. If you actually go and look, I suggest you get a book called Fox's Book of Martyrs. You can generally pick it up at your local library and read it. Don't even have to pay for it. A lot of the people that they were burning at the stake and feeding the lions, or one woman was put in an iron chair and a fire was built under it just to let her roast on that chair. They were Christians, and they were being forced to submit to the authority of the
Of
Catholic
Rome.
Church. So when you say Christians did this, Christians did that, no, they were hunting Christians. If you wanted to be a Christian, they were going to hunt you down and kill you unless you recanted, unless you submitted to the authority of Rome. And so I don't mind people bringing up history and what any groups did, but at least be accurate. At least, point out actual facts. And when the Catholic Church was hunting down Christians, you can't say Christians were doing something. No, Catholics were doing something. The Roman Church was doing something, and the Roman Church was nothing more than the fall of secular Rome. The whole religious Rome took over. There was no Rome never actually fell. So
Yeah.
at least get it right.
While I
Well,
was
you
Also,
going
talked
there,
about the
also,
Muslim conquering Europe. From what I
oh my
understand,
God.
you're talking about the 700 years reign of the Moors. During these 700 years, they were fighting the Christians in a way, but it was not religious because there was also some Christian Moors. There were some Jewish Moors. But most of this you're calling genocide. It was clearly orchestrated to kill all the Moorish people that were in Europe. And also it led to the establishment of this Pope through Queen Isabella. Queen Isabella, this is where these things all started from, Christopher Columbus. All these things are aligned and they're related. It's not random. And they use this Bible specifically. They're the ones who wrote these Bibles. They're not giving even all the Bibles that they have. They have these ones because they have doctored it for you. They even had a slave Bible. What do you mean? They have been using this Bible to conquer people and to divide people because many of the people don't read the same Bibles. They just pick and choose what sounds good, and what sounds bad, they just assume it. When they were killing firstborns in Egypt, that's God. They were evil. Isn't God also killing children? What the fuck are you saying? Stop being pick and choosy.
So first of all, I just want to say the genocides in the Bible are getting rid of the Nephilim. Like the Nephilim were roaming the earth in those days. Those were the genetic corrupted species. And it's very clear the Amalekites were giants. The Bible describes the Amalekites, and they looked like grasshoppers in their sight, is what they said. And then God said, "You need to go wipe these people out. These are vile cannibals. They're not, they're genetic corrupted. That's just what it says."
So the
And
indigenous people
to
in
say like the
America
Bible was just
were
made up.
giants.
Hold on, CLW.
No,
To
he
say the
likes
Bible
to
was just
speak.
made up overnight is
I'm just
also
irritated. You're
ridiculous
getting shut.
because we have things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are thousands of years old versions of the Bible, and we have, these other texts that confirm the stories in the Bible, like the Sumerian text or the Egyptian text. So, and yeah, God did wipe out the Egyptians. He didn't just wipe out the firstborn; He wiped out the whole thing, and for
Is
good
that a good
reason. I
thing,
mean,
really?
That's very godly
okay.
of God,
It's
isn't it?
not about
Very
that. If
godly.
you look at ancient religions and ancient tradition and the primogenitas, to take the firstborn because they believed that the firstborn was all that and all the other kids could rot and die. That's why God punished the firstborn. The firstborn. To abolish this stupid belief that the firstborn is only the only only one who's important, and the rest may die off. That's what God's message was with the firstborn. You
Okay,
people
let me ask
don't
you
read the
something.
Bible
Well,
For
first of
properly.
example,
all,
in
he
the
That's the
story
told
of
him he
Cain
was
and
about
problem.
to do
Abel,
it.
in the story of Cain
He
and
sent
Abel,
plagues of
God was
different kinds because they were
displeased by
enslaving
one
everybody.
person.
Cain was not a son of Adam.
Hold on, let's just go to the story.
Cain
I'm talking
was
about
not
God.
the
It's not about
son
the
of
son of
Adam.
anything. I'm just talking
Cain
about the
was
events of
not
Cain
the
and
son
Abel.
of Adam.
That's
I'm
not what
gonna
I'm talking
keep
about.
talking because you
Y'all
keep
need to
talking
keep
over me
quit
and you're
talking over
annoying
each
me to
other.
all heavens. You are so
No, Cain
annoying.
was
You
killed
think you're
because he
so
did not
smart,
offer
you're
meat
not.
to
You
God.
think you're so smart, you're not.
He was killed because he offered fruits and vegetables. Your God loves
No,
meat. It's written in
No, he
Leviticus,
was
he
one of
no,
the
wants
evil
the
ones.
fat, the
no,
flesh to be
no.
burnt for him. What do you
No,
mean?
you don't read the Bible. You don't understand the Bible. You know nothing really. I gave you specifics. You haven't given me any specifics. You keep talking over everyone and you're so annoying.
Wait, Chrissy,
May
can
I
I
say
ask you
something?
something? So, like in the Bible, do we have episodes of God saying to go kill and rape and all this stuff?
No, not in
No,
my Bible.
God
No,
never says to rape anybody. He did say to
exactly.
wipe out the Amalekites, who were giants.
And actually, there are many types of Bibles, and I read the Orthodox Bible, and it's very different from the Protestant Bible and the Catholic Bible.
Could I go
Because
next?
people
That's not
have
to show
messed
their
with
loyalty.
God's word. Because people have no scruples. Because a lot of people are bad people and liars and cheaters and basically full of shit who believe themselves that they know better than God, or they can understand God, or they can understand angels, or they can understand everything. And they got themselves believing that they live on a fucking spinning ball around fucking Lucifer. For Christ's sake.
Hold on,
I'm
Chrissy.
sorry.
Taylor, isn't it in the Bible that God wanted somebody to kill his son to prove their loyalty to him?
No, that's not the message
Yes.
of that story. He asked him to do that because people were doing that. People were actually doing that, sacrificing their kids for their gods. So asked him the
Explain
same,
Isaac
but
then.
didn't. He didn't let him do it.
Isaac was
I
not
Remember?
thought everybody
sacrificed.
was
Jesus
questioning
willingly
Jesus,
died.
and I thought everybody was questioning him, and that person was still loyal, and he was like, okay, well, to test your loyalty, let's see how far you'll go. Kill your son to prove you're loyal to
Yeah,
me.
but look at it in a historical view, in a historical setting.
He,
That
he never he
all
never actually
all of
killed Isaac.
humanity has always sacrificed humans for deities. So yes, they did. So in that context, God was inviting his follower to do the same and to see if for him he would do. And he actually, the lesson of that is that God didn't want him to sacrifice his child. That's the lesson. Never sacrifice a
Is that in
child.
the Bible or are you just making it up? Which verse is this explanation in?
When he
The
says
only human sacrifice
put down the
ordained,
torch and
the only human
the lamb
sacrifice in the
comes here.
Bible to God was Christ, and that was done willingly. Like Christ
Yeah,
did that
the
willingly.
only sacrifice is Christ, and Christ did it willingly. That's the message of the Bible.
Can I say
Yes,
But
something?
he
that's
was
the true
totally
message.
ripping on Baal, on the Baal worshippers who were like
Let me ask
running
you
their
something.
kids
Why
through
Exactly,
does your
fire to
God
exactly.
Moloch.
love fat and blood to
Do,
be
do you
offered to
think it's
him?
wrong, CLW? You might side with the people who worship Moloch too, but do you think it's wrong for
But
these
He
you're doing
is.
the
kids
He's
to
same thing
put
people
definitely
their
who
one
worship
of
kids
them.
Moloch
through the
do.
fire to serve
They
Moloch?
offer blood and
Does
Bruh,
God
all these
totally
things as well.
condemn
yo,
that?
y'all gotta wait until the question is done. We are adults. Please.
When the topic is religious, adulthood goes out the window.
I think it might
No,
be
but
my
this
fault. I
clown
Yeah,
kind
we
of
should
had
brought
try
up
kept
not to
talking over
interrupt people though.
everyone.
it's right
You know,
back to it.
forgive me. I'm
I
being
did
too
something
emotional
really quick.
because
This might add
it
some
doesn't
like
justify what I'm doing, but these things get me emotional. How people justify the evil in their
Well, that
religion.
doesn't mean you should just interrupt everybody all the time.
yeah. Can I
That's why
add
I'm
something
asking
really
for
quick? This might add
forgiveness.
like some stability to the conversation.
Yeah.
So just like point of advice about debating is that you guys should take notes as you're talking to people about like what their point is, and then you can like address those points in specific. So that was the first part. And then I would also try to appeal to logic when you're doing debates. So usually interruptions kick in. It's because Cogdis is like knocking at you, and you're like, oh man, like this person's actually like challenging something that I deeply hold to be true. And like Cogdis kicks in, you start to interrupt because you want to defend that. And I just want to point out some really quick fallacies that you guys are like constantly engaging in, and it's really horrible. So like this and that, I would say you do like the stereotyping fallacy, where it's like, you know, what's true for Catholicism or Christianity is true for most of them. You know, it's a general belief that we use to categorize people, objects, and events, while assuming those beliefs are accurate generalizations of the whole group. Not really good. Fallacy of division, which is inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that's true of the whole. This is the opposite of the fallacy of composition. So A is part of B has property X, therefore A has property X. You know, Catholicism is bad, it's the root of all, you know, blah, blah, blah. Christianity is bad. And then Daisy and Taylor, I would say you guys do the no true Scotsman and appeal to authority, which I don't need to define those things. I would avoid those things if you guys can. But mainly the interruptions, like stop doing that.
Is the appeal to
Yo, I
authority like
like
the
you calling
Bible?
out the fallacies, man. I'm with it. I like it. My bad. Go ahead, yo.
I like it too. I don't want to. I
May
don't
I,
want to undergo any. I
may
don't
I
want to do any
respond to Gala?
fallacies. And I just ask what authority I was appealing to, because I don't believe in any authority, like in terms of the Bible.
Oh, if you say, like, the Bible says this, even that, like, in and of itself is appeal to authority. Whereas if you say, like, the Bible says this and I interpret it this way, that's not an appeal to authority. But if you say the Bible says this, so they were doing this, and this means this, I know it means this, it's like, well, there's, like, 5 different people who will say the kill them all part could mean, you know, talking about the post-flood Nephilim, or it could mean this, right? So in that case, that would be an appeal to authority. And I think this and that wanted to reply to what I said.
Yeah.
I thought we were debating the Bible.
I did not mean to overgeneralize Catholicism and Christianity. All I was trying to state was that Christianity grew at an exponential rate because of what the Roman Catholic Church did. Yes.
No.
Yes. Because even though they were killing Christians, they were killing everybody else too that didn't believe in it. That's
I'm
fact.
telling you no, because that's not what happened with other people groups that are far more numerous than the Catholic ones.
That's
So
not
you
true.
need to stop. Yes, it is.
Okay, then look
Look
up
at
the stats and tell
Russia.
me how many other
Russia
people
was
are
never
other sects of
Catholic,
religion.
was never pushed through fire, was never made to become Christian. You need to study more. Please do so. Please.
Okay, you're a
We beg
Christian,
of
right?
you.
But you're
You need
coming
to
at me.
research more.
Well,
I'm
what you need to
asking
do
you
is stop
to research
interrupting
more
so I can
before
finish.
you say such
Okay, hold on, no, Chrissy. Hold on, Chrissy. Chrissy, was he done though?
all-encompassing
Hold on,
stuff.
Chrissy. Was he done? If he didn't pass you the
He
mic,
has been done. He kept saying the same thing for an
Chrissy, you
hour.
was
I kept
talking,
my mouth
Chrissy.
shut.
You can't be taking people's mic if you don't want nobody taking yours. Go
This-
ahead, this and that.
This is all I'm trying to say, Chrissy, is that you're a Christian. You believe to be a good person, yet you are coming at me at an emotionally, okay, which honestly, according to your book, is not how Jesus would want you to act. Jesus was all
What do
about,
you mean?
well, the way you're pretty much being condescending, telling everybody they don't know what they're talking about. They need to read more, this and that, yada yada yada. I'm going to tell you this: if you're a true Christian, you wouldn't be coming at anybody in a negative way at all. You would be listening to what they have to say, be understanding of what they're trying to say, and maybe, I don't know, do a little research on top of what you already know to see if that person may have a point or not. But when you're sitting there not only interrupting everybody because you're mad or you're upset because people are saying things that you don't believe in, the Bible is open to interpretation. You can have 3 people read the same Bible and they will interpret it in a different way than the other 2 people. This is also fact. Another fact is Jesus, right? He was crucified on a cross. What you don't know is during that same period, the Roman Catholic Church, or I'm sorry, the Roman Empire crucified people 3 different ways, okay? The cross was one, the stake was another, and guess what? The X was the third one. They crucified people in those 3 different ways. But yet we took the cross, we symbolized it, we put it on a book, and we gave it to you, okay? You seem to not realize that the Bible was written by man. It was written by 3 councils, and they sat down and they agreed and disagreed on what Bible or what books were going to be in the Bible and what books were not going to be in the Bible. You know the Apocrypha. If you're a Christian, you know the Apocrypha, the Book of the Watchers, the Book of Enoch, yada, yada, yada. Now, you should know why those books were not put into the Bible. Okay, why? Because it negates what the Bible is trying to push. Okay, why else would they keep those books out, and then you read those books and your mind gets blown. It changes the whole interpretation of the Bible when you read the Apocrypha. So I do read quite a bit, Chrissy. It's just that I don't attach myself to belief systems because I would rather read and absorb all the information and make my own opinion. Okay. Which is what I'm telling you right now is my opinion, other than what is already fact. Okay. You can argue with me, you can say whatever you want, but unless you don't read it, you are just talking out of your ass.
Am I allowed to speak? Because you've been
Chrissy, can I
speaking.
respond to him?
Yeah, please do. Because he seems
Please.
condescending too.
I was
And
just
it's quite
waiting.
maddening.
I'm trying to be
I'm
patient.
not a Christian.
Wait with my hand up. Okay, let me just respond to a couple things that you said. You're first of all, you were saying that Christians should, be pushovers essentially. Like they should,
No, I never said that.
just
You're putting words
respect
in my
what
mouth.
everybody else has to say. No, Jesus called the priests offspring of vipers. Literally called them the freaking devil, the priest. And we all agree that these biblical authorities are not legitimate children. And they're not legitimate followers of God. They're totally putting on a show. In the same ways of Christ. And that's why he said he's going to tear down this entire system. And that's exactly what happened. That temple he said was going to be torn down actually got torn down. I mean, there's many prophecies or whatever that he said was going to happen that happened. But, he totally came out to the priest. He was not shy about saying very much. Okay. He was much more hardcore than people. If you go actually read, he went and flipped the tables in the church and started whipping all the priests and the money changers. So you just have to understand that. And the Bible is not up for private interpretation. That's literally what the Bible says. The Bible is not up for your private interpretation. After I read it, it seemed from front to back, seemed very straightforward. I didn't really see, some revelations could probably be like, okay, this could be that, or maybe this could be that. Like maybe these, entities could be physical or in the spiritual realm. I get that. Also, if Jesus says here's a parable, that's not literal. Obviously, he's giving a parable, but he would say here is a parable. But the Bible, I found it very cut and dry about this happened, this happened, this happened. I did not see what people were talking about. You need an interpreter or you need a priest to interpret it. That's a total joke. You can absolutely read it for what it is. And in terms of the councils writing the Bible, that's just totally not true. You have multiple
Yes, it is.
people over thousands of years contribute to the scripture. The councils came about after the things like the Codex Sinaiticus, where it already compiled the Old and New Testament. One of the first councils was the Council of Nicaea. That was actually just to discuss Catholic doctrine and the nature of the Trinity. It had nothing to do with compiling scriptures. And same with the following councils. Now, the Apocrypha was removed 1,500 years later, and the Apocrypha does not necessarily conflict. I'm in the process. I'm still trying to finish the Apocrypha, but I've read most of it. None of it actually conflicts with anything in the Bible. It's just about sources, like who was the author, things like that they'll like conclude. But I believe it should still be in the Bible. I don't think anything that was ever in the Bible should have ever been removed. I don't see any problem with the Apocrypha, et cetera, et cetera. And then my last point, you saying like, oh, like you want to look into different sources. Well, I absolutely have too. I looked into the Sumerian tablets, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Emerald tablets. I read all these extra biblical sources. Really, they're the same story from different perspectives. They do not contradict the Bible. So I just want to throw that out there. Thanks.
And I want to add that not all Christians were uh, torturing people. Mm. Not all Christian in the Middle Ages were uneducated. It was free here in my country and in Russia to learn whatever you want to read the Bible. It was never forbidden. So the Western view of the world is quite distorted. It's very distorted and very, very upsetting. And yes, I feel it in my soul when you lump all the Christians with the Catholic Church. That's not okay. Do you have any idea the Crusades, what they did to Christians? What they how they helped create the Ottoman Empire that killed our babies for 500 years? Those were Western Catholics that killed Orthodox Christians and let the Muslim come here and kill us and enslave us. So no, not all Christians are the same. No. And yes, people do need to research history more. Yes, even the fake history. Because now I know most of it is fake. But even the fake history is not known. And yes, it does upset me when a person comes here and talks for an hour of how horrible Christians are and how paganism is so good and inclusion is so good and globalism is so good. And let's accept everything, pagans, let's accept everything.
I
That's where we're
never
at here.
I never said that all Christians were bad. And I never said that all Christians were killing people. I simply said, Chrissy, that the level of popularity that Christianity is at today is solely because of what the Roman Catholic Church did then. I'm not demonizing all Christians. I'm not even saying that. What I don't appreciate is people putting words in my mouth or misinterpreting what I'm trying to say. And yes,
Then use more
the
word
Bible is
specific
in
terms.
Hebrew and Greek, not English, period. So when it was translated, there was a lot of stuff left out or lost in translation. If you want to actually read the actual Bible, learn Greek or Hebrew and read
Exactly.
the original texts. But don't sit here and read an English printed Bible and say that this, and this happened when a lot of the stuff was lost in translation. A lot of people get me wrong when I talk about this stuff. I'm not throwing Christians under the bus. I have friends who are Christians, okay? All I'm saying is that because of what the Vatican did, this is why Christianity is the number one religion. When you kill off everybody that disagrees with
Actually, it's
you,
not. Actually, it's
okay,
not.
well, I'm just going to land, Chrissy. You're right. I'm right. We'll agree to disagree. I don't want to argue over dumb, petty shit. So, Sacred, thank you very much for letting me speak.
Most people just identify as Christian, but have never like read the Bible. So I don't know. I wouldn't say most
Exactly.
people are true
Well,
Christians.
I
And
can
even
still be a good person and not read any of the Bible. So
I
nobody
want to
said
read
that
the
you
that
Bible
could
for
not
us
be a good
today.
person.
Is anybody up to it? We read a few verses in the Bible.
But to be honest,
Not only
nobody's actually reading the Bible because, like
No,
this
I
and
have a
that
Bible I
said,
want to read.
no,
A
no.
few verses.
I'd
So,
personally, I'd
like
rather
this and
not
that.
hear it.
Hold on. So this
It's
and
not
that. He
what you
said
think.
the original were in Hebrew, right? So we have to go back to Hebrew in order to understand what the Bible is actually saying.
that's
Okay,
not true. I mean,
but you know the
yes,
Bible.
that
Actually,
doesn't.
our
Then we
Hebrew
wouldn't be
and
able
main
to
Greek.
read anything.
Hebrew
Then how
and
can we
Greek.
It's
read
not literal.
Einstein's text? How can we interpret any text from anybody who spoke a different language? You know,
You know the Bible
like then we
itself,
should
even
throw
in
out
the
half of the
translated version.
scientific knowledge that we know. Throw out half of the science books because it was originally written in a different language. I mean, I think we should probably throw out a lot of them that don't actually have evidence, but yeah, I mean, that are just based off theories. But that wasn't my point. My point is just because somebody spoke another language, and by the way, the New Testament was in Greek, so say, oh, you had to read Hebrew to read the Bible, like that's ignorant.
Okay, I wanted to say, you know, the Bible itself tells you do not take it literally. It's there. This is what I wanted to read. Galatians 4:24-26, King James Version. People love this version. Which things are an allegory? For these are the two covenants. The one from the mountain, Mount Sinai, which gathered to bondage, which is Agar. 25. For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answered to Jerusalem, which now is and is in bondage with her children. But Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of all of us. You know, it tells to you all these things from Abraham. It's all allegory.
That's
It's not
not in
meant to be
my
taken
Bible.
literal. Read it in the Greek version if you want it. It still
I
say the
do
same
have it in
thing.
the Greek version, and it doesn't say that.
Okay, can you read it for us?
I will. I'm
Okay,
gonna
so first of
translate
all,
it
it's
and read
talking
it.
about the sons
No,
of
let's
Abraham.
get
It says,
down
for
to
it
it.
is written that Abraham has two sons, one by the slave woman, another by the free woman. His son by the slave woman was born according to the flesh, but his son by the free woman was born as the result of a divine promise. And it says, these two women serve as an illustration of God's two covenants.
Which are in
So,
allegory.
what
Do
wait,
not
hold
skip
on.
any
So just
verse.
because something is, God even says that this is figuratively. So if everything was figurative, wouldn't it say that same thing throughout the
That's
Bible to
why
be
I was arguing
consistent?
earlier, and
Just like
you
it
were arguing with
says,
me when I was telling you
as I
Abraham never
mentioned, it says,
existed.
here is a parable.
No, yeah, because
It'll say,
Abraham
here
himself
is a
is a
parable,
parable.
and it'll tell you the Quit talking over me, bro. It'll say, here's a parable, and state the parable. So it's clear in what's not supposed to be taken literally.
Everything.
But
To me, it's
just
everything.
because actually that actually proves my point, which is that he's saying that these two things are figurative. So if everything in the Bible was figurative, don't
Is she there?
She might be getting a
Everything
call.
is figurative in the
No,
Bible.
if it was
It's just
figurative,
about
it would state
astrology.
that.
It's
It would
nothing
state it.
else. It's about astrology. That's why they have 12 disciples, 12 tribes. Why do you think they like 12, 12, 24 elders? They're talking about astrology.
No, the Bible, you can literally go view the sites that the things happened. To say it was all just made up overnight based on astrologers is totally ignorant, because the Bible actually talks about these astrologers. He says, let the astrologers tell you what's happening to Egypt or what's going to happen. Like, where are your philosophers?
Why will they ask astrologers if they are liars?
Because he was joking, because they relied on astrologers. So he said, go ask.
Let me ask you: if astrology are liars,
Golly, I can never finish a
why was
sentence talking
Jesus
to you, bro.
born? And there were
No,
people
no, no.
followed
He
the
keeps
star.
talking over
Like,
everyone.
I can't even get a sentence
No,
out, bro. I'm trying to be
I
respectful.
want to have a one by one conversation with her.
Then don't
So that
interrupt
we get
me.
down. You are speaking about this allegory, right?
No, it's not allegory. It's literal events in literal places with literal people. And other texts have actually
So where
confirmed that
was
these
Abraham
people are
buried?
real.
Bro, you asking her questions and then you interrupting. Chill.
Abraham was from Samaria, and yeah, that's where he originally was from, but God drove him out of Samaria.
Which Sumeria?
Sumer. It's called Sumer. Sumeria.
There are
Sumerian
many
people.
places called like that.
No, there's only one place called like
Are you
that.
talking about the Chaldeans?
No, I'm talking about the Sumerians. Next to the Mesopotamians, next to the Hittites, next to the Canaanites. I know exactly where Sumer is. You don't.
Ooh.
And you keep interrupting people, and you're so annoying.
So
He
I
does
don't know.
interrupt
Do you know
a
all
lot.
those places were renamed? That's not even the original names. Mesopotamia.
to
Do you know
what?
that was just a territory extending from Kemet?
Do
It
you
was a
know that
colony.
names
They
of
make you
places
think
change
that
over time?
Suma is different from Egypt when it's the same thing. You just
No,
haven't
they were
read the
different.
Egyptian
No, it's
knowledge.
not. Sumer is
Hold
Sumer.
on.
Egypt is Egypt. Those were different people, groups.
That's what they
With
make you
different
believe.
languages, different religions, different writing, different everything. Those
Okay,
were different
India have
peoples.
different writing, but their religion is the same as the Egyptians.
Dude.
What do you mean?
No, no. It has common roots, but it's not the same.
It's the same
It's not
thing.
the same.
Dude,
No,
you're
You
it's
haven't
not the
studied any
same.
of
like
these
so
religions to
hard.
know
No.
their
Why do you
similarity.
keep changing the topic?
Exactly, because
continue
he
to
knows
bounce
nothing, but
around.
he claims that to know everything.
No, I'm not
So we're
claiming I know
originally
everything. All
talking.
things are symbolic. All these things that are written in the
No,
religion, number
that's what I
3,
was going to
7,
address.
12, all these things are symbolic. If anybody knows numerology, will know their meaning. If anybody knows astrology, will know their meaning. There's a reason why Isaac had bought the tribes from 4 women. It's just astrology. There's a reason there's 4
No, it's
books
not true.
talking about Jesus, giving
These
accounts.
are
This is the 4
literal
elements giving
events.
account of how the sun affects them as it moves across the earth. It's nothing like you think. That's why even the story of Jesus begins with astrologers following stars to where he was born.
Do you know not only the Bible but other ancient texts talk about these events that happen, and then you're just going to say they're allegory? You know that we can
Yeah,
still
also
go
these
look
other
at the
ancient
sites where
texts, they are
these things.
just like
Quit
the Bible.
interrupting, bro. Quit
Huh?
interrupting me. You know that there's thousands of pieces of archaeology. You can go scope out these places. You can look at King David's temple. You can go all these different places and view with yourself.
Wait,
You can
there's a
go see
King David's temple.
you can go see the remnants of the Tower of Babel. You can go see brimstone, these sulfur balls embedded in Sodom and Gomorrah. You can go see Egyptian chariots in the middle of the Red Sea to see that this event of crossing it actually happened. There's so many literal things, and just to write it all off as allegory is ridiculous. I mean, there could be
Okay,
some
let me
things
ask you
that could align
logically.
with
Do you
other
think it
things,
takes
but you
40
can't
years
just
for
write
people
it
to
all
cross
off.
Egypt into Israel?
What? You're
It's
talking over
not
me, so I didn't
about
hear you.
Logically
crossing to
speaking, it will
Israel,
take 40 years
boss.
people to
You've not
cross.
understand anything about the Bible. You never read it.
No,
I'm
you are
sure of
taking
it.
everything literal to the point you lose your logic.
No,
Don't look
It
at
is
you
a
don't
logic in
little.
these
understand
narratives.
anything, and you claim to know everything, but you know
I have not claimed
you
to know
don't know
everything. You're
any.
the one who
Give
say
me
I
a
know everything.
specific example. Give me a specific. I gave you a specific example. You haven't given me a specific example yet, and I'm
The
tired
story
of you
about Jesus is just
interrupting
repetition of the things
everyone.
in the Old Testament. Hold on. The story of Jesus is just repetition of the things of the Old Testament because these occult
No, it's
symbols,
not.
these occult symbols are
So
being repeated. Like Moses was the first
Jesus was
to
written.
put a snake on a cross and people were healed, right?
Jesus was
Israelites
written
went,
about, and it
hold
wasn't on a
on.
cross either. Jesus
Israel,
was written
whatever
about in
you
the
want,
Old
it's a pole,
Testament.
whatever, or
Jesus
even
was written about in
hanging
a
on a rope.
Roman
Listen,
in a Roman
even when they were,
in a
the
Roman
Israel took 40
census. He
years.
was,
Listen,
bro, dude.
you want me
Okay,
to listen to you, but you don't want to listen
you're
to
like
me.
horrible at having dialogue,
D3 co-host, man. Control this
They're all
conversation,
talking
please.
they're all talking over each other. It's all
bro.
good.
You
We just
cannot sit here and lie.
they're all
Okay,
talking
I
over
was
each other.
saying,
Each one of
I'm
them.
showing them the symbolism in the Bible. Like they'll talk about Egypt being the land of bondage and suffering, which is the body. When they talk about 40 years crossing into Israel, so called, they're not talking about physical Israel. That place you can walk in a month and you're there. It cannot take a whole tribe 40 years to cross such a small distance because they're speaking about other things. When you cross into the land of milk and honey, they're talking about you balancing your your nadis, chakras, and all these things, which is your neurology. Once they become aligned, you enter into the kingdom of God, which is in the pineal gland. They're talking about that, awakening that. For you can take 40 days to awaken that in yourself. You can do those practices like Jesus did, fasting, keeping away from all these temptations, and you really realize the God in yourself. They're talking about that, but you are stuck in the narratives, which are just symbols. Those narratives were meant for children so that they could repeat the story easily. But people usually went further and were given hidden meanings to these words. Stop reading the Bible as a child. Think logically. Think, why will they put this here? Why will someone fight something with a jaw of a donkey? Why will someone talk to a bear? You need to think logically why they put them there. It's not because God can make a bear talk.
Okay, do you see how I just let you finish? Okay, well, you need to take notes on how to do that for other people. All right, thank you. So, Jesus was on a Roman census. He was written about by Roman historians as a literal person. Okay, these are history books that aren't people that they're not even Christian who wrote them, but they still acknowledge that he was a real person. Pretty much every historian will acknowledge he was a real person. Now, whether they think he was one thing or another, that's up for debate. And here's another complete lie that you just stated. You just stated it took 40 years to go from Egypt to Israel. Little do you know, if you were to actually read it, you would see that they roamed the desert. They had to wait to go and conquer the Amalekites. They were roaming around, okay? Then they were told to go conquer them. But they were not walking straight there for 40 years. But if you were to read it, you would know that. The people, the land that they were going to gain was by the Amalekites, which were giants. And this is why they had to kill them all. They said they were like grasshoppers in their sights. And many other ancient legends have stories of the giants. It's not figurative.
So, although also many other legends have stories of giants, but they don't confuse them talking to dragons with reality too. They know their meaning. Listen,
I mean,
there are
don't
many
you
people
think
called Jesus.
dinosaurs
Even
were
in that
real?
Bible, there are 3 people called Jesus in the same Bible. Like, you need to be specific with Jesus you're talking about.
Well,
No, there's only one
Jesus.
Yahshua.
Well,
No,
let me tell you.
that was
Yeshua
a
HaMashiach,
common name. What do
yes.
you mean? There's
Nope,
even Jesus Ben Sirach. Go read
nope,
his book. He has an excellent writing.
nope,
You only
nope.
So
look at
yeah,
one
actually,
Jesus that
that
the
is
Catholic
Look at
gave
it
you.
in
it
Greece,
was
and
a
you will
common
find
name.
that's only one Issa. There's only
No, that's
one
the only one you
Issa.
know. There are many
There's
No,
only
Jesuses.
one
That was
no,
a
there's
Messiah,
common
only
name
right?
at
one.
that time.
Messiah.
No, there's only one.
Hold on,
So
let
You
me
there's
can
let
only
me
stop
one
with
just
the
John in
finish.
the world
fallacies.
today.
There was multiple names of Jesus in the Bible, but there was only one Messiah. He came the exact year that they were prophesied in the book of Daniel that he would come. 490 years after the ordinance to rebuild the temple of Jerusalem. So he fulfilled all those prophecies. There's no other, Yeshua that
Well, let me
fulfilled.
ask you, do you
He
know the
was
Temple
the
of
Messiah
Jerusalem
and
is
he
not talking
claimed
about
to
a...
be the Messiah. Yes, and he fulfilled all the prophecies of
Sorry,
the
I
Messiah.
didn't hear you finish. Okay. Do you know the Temple of Jerusalem is really talking about your body? Like when they tell you Solomon was building a temple and they didn't make a sound. Imagine building a monumental temple without even making a sound. Is that possible?
What verse are you referencing?
I don't know exactly, but if you read the construction of the temple, they tell you it didn't make a sound.
I don't know what verse you're referencing, so I can't speak on that.
If you're a Christian, you must know it. That's not my duty. I
Oh
can
my
Google
God,
it
you're
and
the one
give
that
it
brought it
to
up.
you. But listen, it is there. I'm not talking something that's not there. If you want us to
Oh
go
my
down
God.
to prove it, I can go to prove it. It's there.
Go
They build
prove it,
it because
bro.
that's a symbol. Listen, Solomon, soul of man, the temple of God. Your image is, your body is made in the, your body is the temple of God. You are made in the image of God. You're not listening to the codes that they're telling you. You're stuck to a narrative that is taking you nowhere. Focus in yourself. God is in you. This is the lesson you're missing. As you keep on judging other people that they do not have God, they sacrifice children, they do these bad things, show us you are God. Are you acting like you are God? Or are you busy judging others?
I'm not judging
The
anybody.
secret of the
I
Bible
don't
is that
condemn anyone in
talking
here.
about you. It's not about Jesus or a father, someone in the sky looking down at you, judging you every second like he's looking at a CCTV camera. Then will judge you. I don't know, you'll go to heaven to dance for 1,000 years or I don't know. That's just hogwash. You need to think clearly.
Do you think that there's a creator,
Not
like that created
hogwash.
everybody? Do you think that there is
Pardon?
a creator though? Like, do you think that there? Do you think we just evolved? I'm just trying to get what you believe because you keep
No,
questioning.
I'm not saying we evolved. There's a creator. But the creator doesn't belong to any God. He's not a Christian God or any people God. In fact, the creator is not a God. All God come from the creator. All
So does
gods
the
come from the creator.
has the creator ever interacted with man?
The creator exists through his creation. So you're also part of the creator.
Why are you simplifying the creator like that? You don't think the creator can be their own being?
The creator is part of everything that he created or whatever he or she decide to name. Because everything that came from the creator will eventually go back to the creator. Because the creator in fact, he never left them. Our linear thinking of time is what we think that the creator is there. He created that time is separated from us, but it is always there. It's in everything. It's in every action, in every word, in every energy that you have. Your first ancestor is the creator. We worshipped our ancestor because we go back to the creator. We follow the
He
line.
also had time to come and walk on the earth too. Let's not forget about it.
Do you think that the creator had a purpose for his creation?
Do you feel like we don't have any purpose?
No, I feel like I have a purpose. I'm just asking, do you think the creator created it with a purpose?
The purpose of creation was creation. You be more creative. Add on the creation of God by being
That's
more
a
creative,
fallacy.
which is through love and compassion, not judging others, looking at yourself on a pedestal like yours is the best, well, you don't know even what they are doing.
Don't you say those are some of the same like things that the Bible taught though? Don't you think the Bible also taught you to be compassionate and loving? But whenever the Bible says
No,
it,
for
it's
example,
not.
in my culture, there are many things in Leviticus that are in my tradition, but my tradition didn't come from the Bible.
So I mean, I could diss your tradition with all the same logic that you're applying to mine.
Because I can trace the Bible, who edited it, where it came from. It's just a mix-up of a lot of things. That's why you can get many things in there. There's Hinduism in the Bible, there's Buddhism in the Bible. Even
No,
the prayer
it's
that you
not.
like us above, so below,
No,
that
it's
you talk
not.
about our Father who art in heaven, is a Buddhism prayer that was co-opted into your scriptures.
No,
Didn't
it's
Buddhism
not.
But
come
because you
much?
don't read the other
No, it's
scriptures, you think
not.
it's only yours.
No,
But
it's
wait,
It's a
not.
didn't
compilation of
Buddhism
mashed
come
up
No,
after?
stuff.
it's not.
Didn't Buddhism come later? That I don't know.
Yep, yep,
Anyway,
The
yep,
story
yep,
of
yep.
Christ is the story of Buddha.
No,
Buddha
no,
also had 12
no,
disciples.
no,
Listen,
no.
Buddha also had 12 disciples. He did the same things that Jesus did. If you go and read it, it's not any different. Even how Christians organize themselves is just stole from Buddhism.
so you need to
Even
give me a
Jesus,
link for
so-called
that.
Jesus, was never a Christian.
Yeah, give us a resource for that. Give us the book on this. Give me the book on this.
Yeah, because there's a lot
You
of
want a book that
crazy
shows you
stuff.
Because you keep
Christianity?
making fallacies and
It's not
talking over
fallacies.
people.
Ask me to
Yes, you
demonstrate
are.
what I say.
You're actually propagating a illuminated
Wait, wait, wait,
vision
wait.
of the Bible that's promoted by the Masons of which I've read many things, even this interpretation of the Bible you're quoting now, and it only
Yeah,
works
there
in
is
a
a whole.
heliocentric model
Okay, so
where
which Mason?
everything is up
Okay,
for
there's a Freemason and
interpretation.
there's a Mason.
And we're
I'm my
on
mother's
Flat Earth
son.
Fridays.
Listen, I cannot deny to be my mother's son, but I'm not a Freemason. So you need to be clear what you're talking about. Which order do you think I'm in? The fuck? Stop making up stuff. Just because you
I'm
So
don't
not
understand
making
there was
up.
anything
even
I'm
doesn't mean
claims
it's
telling you
about
that
Mason or
your
the
vision
Freemason.
of
Bible.
the Bible is the same vision of the Bible that the Masons use.
For
I'm not
example,
saying
the
anything
Masons,
Yeah,
they
else.
came from the Bible. King James was a Freemason. All these people that you follow, they were Freemasons. What do you mean?
there was
Not the
multiple
Orthodox
Bibles before
Church. The
King James.
Orthodox
Hold on, let
Church
me tell
never
him,
let.
Chrissy. Hold on. There was multiple Bibles before King James. So just to say that King James was this, that, or the other. I mean, you could go back to the Geneva Bible, or you can go back to the Codex Sinaiticus, like way, 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 way before the King James. There was
But
many,
it's the
many,
same
many other
people.
Bibles.
Remember, this organization or
Okay, so
priesthood changed
if
their
you're
names
saying that
through
the
time.
Bible is just made up,
When they were in Egypt, they
who
didn't
made
call
it up?
themselves
Because
Templars or anything. They
CLW,
had a different name.
CLW, who made up the Bible? If you're saying it's all allegory and you're just saying it was made up, I'm just
It's a
wondering at
mashed up
what
of
point
things that they
who is
collected
the
from
ones that made
Babylon.
this up?
Listen, it's the mashed up collection of things from Babylon. Many of the things that in the Bible, there are even verses in Egyptian literature that are in the Bible, like verses about Akhenaten are there where they talk about Solomon and things like that. You can there's a book called 101 Myths of the Bible. Go read it. You're asking me for a source. I remembered. Look up a
Yeah,
book called
I'm familiar
101
with
Myths of the
those.
Bible. Have you read it?
Right. Yeah, and those are many of their claims have been debunked because they've claimed things
Show me
like,
the
okay,
debunk.
so basically it's parallel. Stop interrupting. I let you talk forever, dude. Okay, so basically there's these parallelomania claims where say, okay, well the Bible is just kind of based off these other stories, right? There's a lot of parallels between them. Well, first of all, if you actually go look at those other stories and look at the sources of them, they're nowhere to be found. These claims that are parallel to the Bible, such as that Horus was born of a virgin. That's not true at all. Horus actually had Horus's mom had sex with his dead father. Now she was not a
Osiris.
virgin. So
Yeah.
and then that came about yeah, and then so they said, okay, well that's equivalent to Jesus coming from a virgin. No, if you
No.
go look back at the original text of these other ancient texts, there's first of all many of them just have no basis whatsoever. But yeah, there is books about them, but you need to go back to the original text because a lot of these claims are completely extrapolated, if not completely made up. And you need to give sources. And if there's things in the Bible you say just aren't true, they never literally happened, they never crossed the Red Sea. I've given you multiple pieces of archaeological evidence that these real events did happen. But you just keep saying they're all allegory, they're all allegory. Which one of them are allegory? Which one of them is not true? And how did they come about?
Okay, let me go ahead and explain to you. For example, you just made the connection. I didn't even talk about Egyptians or anything. But the story of Jesus is just the story of Osiris. They call Lazarus when he resurrected, These stories, they don't come out of thin air.
No.
Listen. Osiris was cut into pieces. This is the symbolism, Yule symbolism, whatever you call it, Christmas that people celebrate today. Which brings me back to making you understand. When they talk about the Son of God, there was a time when U and O was the same sound. That we need to understand what son they're talking about. When they talk about Jesus dying for 3 days and resurrecting, they're talking about during the time it's switching from winter solstice to summer solstice, where the sun doesn't move and the day becomes longer than night. They're talking about that because the Bible is literally talking about the Son of God, not what you think. Because that person you're talking about, there's no historical record. The person you're talking about being the sources of him existing is Josephus, which is a pen name for, I've forgotten the Jewish person. It's just made up things. It's not literal. They just compile stories of people who existed to make you their propaganda, and you followed it.
May I?
Oh,
Are you
CL, can
done?
I add on to that?
Are you done? Okay.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. Feel free.
Osiris was born
Chrissy
out
had her
of.
hand up, so go ahead.
Okay. So Osiris was born out of Apophis. His daddy was Apophis. All the ancient religions, I'm gonna tell it until people start researching, come from an egg. It's the same religion, it's the same Babylonian belief. As for one, the Bible doesn't say the same thing. It has a different origin story. A completely different origin story than any other belief system on earth. The fact that God created the earth and he laid it flat, and then he created the birds, and then he created the beasts. It's a different origin story. So you can't compare apples with pears. They're not the same. That's one. Second, the Bible. The Bible has been messed with every way you can ever imagine. Even our Christian Bibles, our Orthodox Bibles, have been messed with during communism when they were forbidden and burned. But that's not to say that the Word of God doesn't speak to its people. Jesus told us plainly, and I'm going to conclude this whole discussion because I'm so fed up with people who obfuscate. Jesus wasn't just a good, loving person, he's also the God of the Old Testament that, that destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. He's the same God that sent the flood. He's the same person. So he can either be destructive with his creation or loving to his creation. So he's the same person. That's one. Two, he sacrificed himself for us. That's true. And he also told us that his sheep will hear his voice, and to others it would be silence. So if you're not following Jesus, you will never understand the Bible, you will never understand the true word, you'll never understand that you live on a flat earth, you will believe whatever the heliocentric priests will give you, and you will wander in the wilderness like they did in the time of Moses when they rebelled against God. Really. And that's it. Thank you, Sacred. I need to go to bed because I haven't slept this week. Love you guys.
Thanks.
So let me just
Can
ask.
I?
Oh,
Oh
go
wait,
ahead,
let this and
Ralph.
that jump in, guys, and then Lynn has her hand up. I don't know if she wants to chime in on what you guys are talking about.
Okay, so
I don't see Lynn.
I CLW. I love these
I'm right
topics
here.
because I feel like there is some lack of information that some people don't know about. And this is pertaining to what you guys were just talking about with Jesus and his life and how there may have been correlations with past stories. Now, we have to realize that the Bible is only 2,000 years old, period. We're just going to put that down right now. That is an agreement that we should all not disagree with, okay? However, I'm going to read off some names, and also the person you wanted the reference to the Temple of Solomon that was built without any sound, that would be 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 7, if you really want a reference to that, okay? But I'm moving on, okay? I'm going to read you off a list of names, okay? Horus, Mithras, Krishna, Buddha, Zoroaster, Osiris, Attis, Dionysus. What do all these people have in common? They all have stories that are extremely similar to Jesus, whether you come from the virgin birth, where you come from a test of divinity. No, Taylor, you can look this stuff up. Now, this stuff I'm not making up. Now, when CLW says that some of the verses or some of the stories in the Bible could have been from previous religions, previous beliefs, again, the Bible's only 2,000 years old, period. Okay? Some of these people were alive before the Bible was even thought of. Okay? And all this stuff was deemed mythology. And if you want to throw that into mythology, I would throw the Bible in there with it because it is still stories, whether there's physical evidence of these periods happening, that is kind of irrelevant at this point because the Bible is not the only book on the planet that depicts these places, period. Okay? If you look back in ancient Mesopotamia, they talk about these places, okay, before the Bible was even written. Okay, so how can you say that a book that is not anywhere near, or I should say half as old as Hinduism, which is 4,000 years old, you don't think that they have stories that predate the Bible and could quite possibly be truthful? But we want to throw all of our faith into one book and demonize everybody else on any of their opinions because it doesn't come from the Bible. That is ignorant. And you guys want to talk about logical fallacies. You can't take your interpretation or opinion and generalize that over every single person that you come across just because they don't believe what you believe. We can literally talk about this topic every day forever, and it's going to perpetuate back to arguing because we have people with different beliefs, and that's okay. But history, okay, that predates the Bible, that was talked about before the Bible was even written, before Jesus even walked the planet or the plane or whatever you want to believe in, okay? Why can't we just say that there's a possibility that this stuff could have been fabricated in order to manipulate mankind? Period. Because I don't think of killing people. I don't think of screwing people over. I try not to lie to people, okay? But when you have people who say they believe this and that this is cemented, this is in stone, this is fact, and whatever you believe is bullshit, no, because that's how war starts. That's how people kill each other because they don't believe in the same thing. You kind of get where I'm going with this, because for the last half hour, we've had people talking over each other. We've had people arguing about stuff. And if you would just back up and listen to what people are saying, not putting words in their mouth, listening to what they're saying and take it at face value and build upon that instead of immediately shooting them down because it doesn't line up with what you believe. The Bible is not law, okay? There's God's law, there's common law, okay? But the Bible is not law. It is a collection of stories throughout the past that we read and interpret in order to live a good life, to treat people good, period. There's so many other religions that are like that, and you have bad people in every sect of those religions as well as good, okay? That's all I'm going to say, because some of this stuff is, quite frankly, retarded, because everybody here, or at least Taylor and Chrissy and some other people, were like, read. You got to read this. You got to read this. Well, I tend to go back before the Bible because to me, that shit makes way more sense than thinking that somebody came back to life after 3 days. When you look back in these mystery schools and these mystery religions and how they talk about resurrection and spirituality and how they're the same thing. Resurrection doesn't mean you die and actually come back to life. Resurrection is spiritual enlightenment, which honestly, if you read the Bible, Jesus talks about that a lot. Okay? Like, Jesus wasn't fake. I believe Jesus was a badass. I do. He spoke against usury. He spoke against a lot of things. Okay? But to take one book and cement that over everybody else's opinion, none of us were there. We don't 100% know. Period. Okay? That doesn't make me a bad person, and that doesn't make you a bad person either. Okay? But there has to be some sort of common ground established, or this whole conversation is going to derail itself into some perpetual argument that no one here wants to have. Okay? So I'll land there, but let's build upon this conversation and not argue with each other. Because what I just stated, all those names, those aren't lies. The dates are not lies. The virgin birth stories are not lies. Okay? The stories of testing your divinity are not lies. These were told by people back then, just like the people that were in the Bible told those stories because they were there. Okay? That's all I'm going to say, Sacred. But it's like some of this stuff is a little stupid with what we're arguing about.
So, I mean, yeah, we can also delve into your long monologues, which are always fun, right? So a lot of these claims that things came from these things all being parallel with one another are written from the Zyakis by Samuel Sandmill. and he claims multiple things, like that Jesus had all these similarities with different people. So, for example, like he claims that Horus had 12 disciples, was baptized, and was crucified. These are all false claims, not founded on the original text written about Horus. So these details are not in ancient Egypt myths at all. Mithras was not born of a virgin, did not have 12 companions, and was not crucified, right? Krishna, they say that he was born on December 25th. First of all, there was no evidence that Christ was born on December 25th either. And this, that Krishna was born on December 25th, was not even in the Hinduistic text. So this dude just completely made this up. And like, y'all keep restating these things as if they're fact without actually looking into it. And I'm not telling you to go read, even though you should, if you're going to sit here and make claims like this. Horus was not born of a virgin. He, like I said, he was conceived by Isis, who had sex with whose mother had sex with his dead father. Then they say, oh, well, Osiris's mother was Mary, okay?
Hold, how did they have
Her
sex
name
and
is
Osiris lost the
Ra'it,
dick?
which means beloved. But also, if you compare that with the Virgin Mary, her original name was Miriam. So those are completely different in the original text. And by the way, to say that something's older than something else, therefore must be true, is a post hoc fallacy. So you're sitting there committing a fallacy. You say, oh,
No,
these are
I'm
older.
saying
And by
that
the
if it
way, the fact
predates
of thing,
it,
hold on,
you
I
can
did not
maybe take
interrupt
it
you,
into
Do
bro.
not
I did not
interrupt,
interrupt you, bro.
dude.
I did not interrupt you, bro. Let me finish. And just because things are older, like for example with the Sumerian tablets, those were written on stone. So things that are written on copper scrolls or that are written on papyrus leaf are naturally not going to survive as long. But the books in the Bible go back to Genesis and are confirmed by other texts. It's not necessarily that these texts were copied off another. It's just that they had similar events happen and they all wrote about it because they were literal events that happened. And so if you actually look at things like many people reference the Sumerian text, they say, oh, well, they have a version of Genesis. First of all, the Sumerian texts don't even go into as much detail as Genesis. They only have 8 of the 10 kings list. And if you actually look on their tablets, it'll say broken as if they're transcribing off of something older. So I guess that means we should just throw out all the Sumerian tablets. That's absolutely not true. And, like nobody has really addressed in here, like all of these stories, not just that these places existed, but that these miracles actually happened, that these wild stories happen. Like, for example, the flood. That's a wild story to happen. Multiple people around the world claim it happened. And there's also evidence for a flood. There's evidence for the Sodom and Gomorrah event. There's evidence for the Red Sea crossing and all of these other things that are stated in the Bible, not just physical locations, but crazy events that normally do not happen in nature, right? It's, I guess, by all definitions, a miracle. So, and I just wanted to reinstate, like, continue just to say that something's older than something else, therefore it must be true, is completely a post hoc fallacy. And if there's anything that y'all are saying is just made up and based off a myth, then you need to provide evidence for what verse you're stating and what it's based off of, because you're making wild claims, and I believe that people need to see the evidence which you're sourcing these from, because like I said, a lot of these claims are completely extrapolated, like the Ziakist, which says that, oh, the Bible is just based off these other myths. But if you actually go look, they're actually not true.
Hey, this and that. Maybe you should post some stuff for everybody else that they can look into. Who was next? Is it Ken or the guy with the, what is that? A dark globe?
Let
What is that?
No,
let
that's me, bro.
let Lynn jump in. She's been waiting, and I made a poll, guys. Vote on the
Lynn?
poll.
Hey, yeah. Proud. What, did you post that up top? I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Okay, cool.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm requesting that nobody interject. This will not be long. I probably disagree with at least one thing everybody in this conversation has said. And it's very tempting to address all of those disagreements I have. With the possible exception of Ken. He made one comment I heard I don't disagree with. However, I have a question for everybody who is in this conversation, and then I will shut up. My question is, what do you suggest I tell my friends whom I have invited to Flat Earth Fridays and Stationary Saturdays telling them they can get their questions answered about the shape of the earth, and they tune in, and all they hear for hours is a religious discussion. I will hang up and await your answers.
You can
I would
tell
say,
them that
mm,
they caught us on a day where we decided to have an open topic. Normally, Lynn, you know we talk all about flat Earth, but today was a little more loose since last week was a lot more scientific. But yeah, feel free to tell them they're free to ask any questions. You know, come in, jump in, post their comments in the pill, and bring up any flat Earth questions that they might have, and we'll redirect the conversation.
yeah, tell them grab a mic. Let's go. Come on up. Request.
If you are here expecting flat Earth, yes, we are deviating from our normal topic, but we normally talk about flat Earth and the shape of the Earth and the sciences. So today we just decided to let it be a little lax and loose. Religion just took over.
It was like that when I got here.
I see no
In
hands.
terms of no, it was actually me, D3.
I got
So I
my
wanted to
hand up.
say, so in terms of the Bible, so we all know it's been translated multiple times, right? Like over the the hundreds of years. So in order to understand it, we have to go to the first Bible, right, which was in Hebrew. And there's actually a guy who does that, and this is somebody that used to work for the Vatican City, uh, for the